Hello there. Hi, it's me, Scott. Is the music... Sometimes I can't tell if the music is distorted in some way or if this is just what the music sounds like. Is this what the music sounds like? I think it's just what it sounds like. I've heard this song 7 trillion times because we've just been playing like the same playlist on this channel for most of 2 years. So you think I would know by now, but I think it's just what it sounds like. Hi, it's me, Scott. So this is our, I think our, oh no, I put the wrong number, didn't I? This is the fourth, like kind of official residency stream, right? I think so. Well, we can sort out numbers later. It's the fourth one, not the third one, like I said in the title. It was false. That was a mistake. False start. So, what are we doing, and why are we doing it? Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I had planned, when I planned out the streams for this week, I had planned that today we were going to work on and play with together some interactive prototypes, like maybe further advanced prototypes based on our dancing cubes or some of that stuff. So that was the plan when I set out to do this. However, since that time, I kind of changed my mind a little bit about some things. And I kind of changed my mind a little bit about how I want to handle this project and what it's going to be and how it's going to work. And I think there's still a interplay of multiple interactions, but I maybe think those are like creatures that interact and not humans at home. I don't know. I still like that idea, and I would still like to do that kind of thing. You know, I've done projects like that in the past, and I'd like to continue to do these connected projects. But as I continue to develop this, after I had that, and then, you know, I had that meeting on Tuesday with the museum and talking over ideas, I kind of am moving away from the multi-user, real-time, remote thing for this project. So then the real question becomes, what do we do during our prototype party? Well, first, maybe we just like do a little check-in and see, you know, maybe some of you are only watching these videos or checking in on the, you know, the mainline videos, the real deal. So let's just look at some stuff that we've been doing. We've got good wallpaper to start with already. We don't even have to hunt that. I feel like 90% of the wallpapers we get when we search for Norway are from this place. I think I need to go here. Look at it. It's just beautiful. This beautiful valley. Man, you know what else is beautiful is that Unreal 5 demo. Sometimes, as a person who pretty heavily hitched their wagon to Unity about 5 years ago, I've mostly felt very good about that decision. Like, I think that has served me well. Like, in general, I like Unity, and I like what's going. I like the trajectory of it as well. But you know, sometimes Unreal, something will happen in Unreal, and it's like, man, that's gives me a little bit of envy. I could of course just decide to use Unreal one day, which would be fine. But you know, I mostly know how stuff works in Unity. Maybe I thought that until yesterday when I was using the VFX graph. So let's just like look at some of these last few little things we've been working on, provided I didn't break them, which is very possible. It's very possible that they're broken. Unity is taking a disturbingly long amount of time to start. Why? I don't know. Unity's like swearing on screen with bad cropping of the phrase open an asset, but we'll just ignore that. I knew you were going to say it. Draclin, I knew it. I knew it. Inappropriate. Get your mind out of the gutter. Okay, so actually let's not start with this one. Let's just look at some stuff from the last few days and then think about maybe what we want to do today. We could do like some heat interactive thing. We got this thing going. Does it actually work? Yes. So like our last little heat sketch works. So as far as like, you know, things interacting within a system, this is a very simple example of that. Kind of accidentally. You know, Life is Yours mentioned this, but then one of the themes I've been pursuing is the idea of creating these little autonomous structures or creatures that will kind of interact with each other in some way. I don't know exactly what that means or what that looks like. And it keeps changing all the time, and sooner or later I'll have to settle. But I'm not ready to settle yet. So, that goes in here. So the first thing we worked on was not even... We weren't even using the shader graph. There's nothing on the screen. That's a concern. Unity frozen? It's just taking its sweet time. Maybe I messed with the oh yeah, I think, oh yeah, I was using a shared post-processing profile across all 3 of these. So I think we got a little out of control with our post-processing intensity, maybe? Yeah, that looks a little more like what we were working with. Okay, so there was this thing. And this is when I was still very fixated on spheres. And of course, I still love spheres. Let me turn... What else do we have on this one? Yeah, this is kind of what we had, right? We had some depth of field too. Kind of blurred it a little bit. It was something like this. Really should have made a different profile for these different ones. And so this was kind of when I was thinking very spherically, and I'm still thinking very radially and maybe spherically, but I've moved away from spheres very slightly. But this approach was about animating textures, or like a procedurally generated texture across the surface of a sphere. And I think it's kind of cool, and I like the environment, I like the world that it's in, but I don't know that the look is kind of right. And then also, if we're thinking in terms of letting people sort of author something, I guess I could see that you have a sphere that you're spinning around and kind of sculpting. That still sounds pretty cool to me, but with this particular look, I don't know. I don't know exactly what this, or this, maybe there's just some, I'm starting to think more in terms of maybe genes or genetics or DNA for these little creatures, and maybe they have different kind of parametric genetic profiles that do their thing, right? Something like that. But I like this. I like it. It's all right. It's all right. So then we got into the particle sphere. And this is where we were leaning more into the visual effects graph. And this was kind of a battle because it was me once again. This is kind of my like second or third major attempt to try to wrap my head around the effects graph. But then I don't do anything for a long time and I kind of forget. And so I got all this stuff that just looks kind of annoying and complicated, and it's probably because I was making it annoying and complicated. It's probably me. I'm probably the problem here. Maybe I'm not the problem, but now, especially with what we did yesterday, we could do this in a very different way. But what we got kind of annoyed by was what Unity lets us do, like where it lets us store things. And so we were trying to use custom whatever they call these. I don't think they call them, some kind of custom property. Property might not be the right word. So we did this thing, it's very pretty, and it's very nebulous-y, kind of amorphous. Looks like kind of evocative of a cell, but could also be a sun or a celestial event or something like that. It runs pretty well. Like, I'm pretty pleased with the performance that we're getting with the VFX graph so far. So that has been kind of cool. But even though a lot of the reference I had sparklies and stars and layers of spheres, again, I'm not done with that fully. I feel like I need to get some hardware before I really make some decisions on this, because I'm really interested in using those looking glass holographic displays. Not really holograms, but you know what I mean. And getting my hands on one of those and just seeing how some of the stuff looks on those things. Also knowing that those are, I think they've been optimized, but you essentially have to render at least some part of the image 45 times for every single frame. So, in VR, you're rendering both eyes, or in even any kind of stereoscopic computer presentation, display presentation, you're rendering both eyes. It's 2 renders per frame, essentially. So, and that's not entirely true. There's ways that it's been more efficient, and where you can do it in like both eyes in a single pass. But in general, it means there's 2 images. Whatever the mechanics are, the result is there's 2 images, one for one eye and one for the other eye. And that's how all these stereoscopic things work. That's even all the way back to red, blue, stereo, old school 3D glasses. One image goes to one eye, one image goes to the other eye. But with those looking glass displays, I think I explained this already, but you've got to basically do that 45 times. So and maybe you don't need the full image. I don't know, but it's heavy. It's heavy stuff. Then yesterday, again, kind of very much yesterday, standing on the shoulders of giants, built this pretty thing that is a... You probably need to... Actually, it doesn't matter because we're actually running this. This is something I really like about working in the VFX graph. You don't have to hit play. Stuff just works. And that's pretty dang cool. If you need to do code-based procedural stuff, you'd have to hit play. But there's lots of things you can kind of just bake down and go with. In fact, kind of realizing now, well, that's fine. This is probably faster. But I could have used existing spherical geometry here rather than building the sphere, but I think we did okay. I think we did okay. And the whole deal with this thing, and we tried different densities and made kind of some stuff that I was pleased with yesterday. I don't know if I'm pleased with it in a way that means, oh yes, this is definitely what we're doing, kind of pleased. But I'm pleased in it with the way where it's like, hey, this is the thing. I felt good about the creation of this thing. Let's throw some post-processing on it. Make it extra pretty. A little further away. And the amazing thing about this super formula, or these shapes that we're calling super shapes, made from the super formula, are just by tweaking some relatively simple parameters, you can do pretty awesome stuff. And so the thing we built yesterday, oh man, maybe I should have gone to higher dimensions. Look at that. This is pretty cool, man. Well, man, I don't want to do the stream anymore. I just want to stare at this. Is that okay? It's okay with everybody if we just stare at this forever. So, of course, I'm definitely not the first person by a long shot to want to do creative, interesting things with the super formula. Probably not the first person to do it as a particle simulation, but that's okay. I don't feel like I have to be the first person. I just have to make something that I like. So, and I think I like this. I think I like this new thing we got going with our crazy... Wait. Is it the wrong thing? This is the wrong... We're looking at the wrong thing. Maybe in here. So let's turn off this color for a minute and just like... Well, man, now do we just need to do something with this? Because another thing I was thinking about was using... Let's turn off the rotation. Wish I could just disable a node. But it doesn't seem like I can. If I can just jump this over here. Okay. Or we could rotate it only on one axis. Maybe that's the thing we want to do. In fact, why did I do this way? Why do I do the things I do sometimes? Why is this connected to this and not to this? Why is anything anything? Is this all just wrong? Looks like this is all just wrong. Because I think this actually doesn't want... This just wants an angle. Yeah, I don't know why I did that way. Who was I yesterday? What was I thinking? I do want a multiplier probably, but okay. We do this. Yes, now we're doing this. Okay, so... Whoa. What are we actually looking at here? Just because we just messed with our B and our A so much? It's actually better to spin on the x-axis. Is that cooler? It might be cooler. that's just XZ spinning. I mean, this is the same code from yesterday, but with, I mean, essentially, we've just changed A and B, right? Because we weren't animating those. It's too much. Okay, well this is like not the thing we're working on. This is not what we're trying to make, but now I'm kind of entranced by it. I'm charmed. So do we want to spin on Y and X? Or is X just the coolest? Okay, so if you were like, and 2.5, 0.75, pretty dang cool. Like, that's pretty good. It's just that M is huge. So that's one thing that's different than yesterday, is that M in this case can be enormously huge. Like M at 100 is just crazy, crazy. Outrageous. So if we just say, for example, that all these started at, or we like this just starting at 0, because then it's just, and then B, say we can go up to 1, and A is going to go up to 1, but we just like start with a sphere. Pretty much our same sphere as yesterday. I mean, it is. It's our same sphere from yesterday. And we did, in our super shape animator, also animated B. And A and B. Oh yeah, target A and target B. Oh, you're just A. And you're just B. Excuse me. And then in here, we want to animate those fellows, those friends. We wanted A to be like 0.1 to 4. And we want B. I mean, I think as long, I'll just make, I don't think you actually have to do this. Oh, but no, we do actually want this. This we like whole numbers. We prefer whole numbers for M. And then let's maybe make the update interval fast. Like, faster. A and B are not updating because I didn't make them update. Actually, almost. Okay, how about that? We just like A bigger though. Wah! You know what I kind of want to do? This would make things sort of annoying, but might be worth it. Okay, let's add, actually, let's add our coloration back. What other, we have a set, what like color options do we have? Set color random from a gradient. Well, no, you should, yeah, thanks. And if we were just sort of in like, I mean, it'd be kind of cool to shift this over time. Like if the hue is just kind of on, always animating. We can probably do that, right? So I'm also messing up. Should I duplicate all this? Like, I'm losing the thing I made yesterday, kind of, right? Okay. HSV2RGB. And so if we put this in here, and then we just say time, we just cram that in here. We need to divide that. Bad. Maybe it just shouldn't be so far away. You're really, Unity, grow up. Should we go nuts? Should we do 1024? We just got a weird, it's got a little hat on. It's pretty cool. Okay. So what do we do? This is, I bet this is working super well on a 5 megabit connection. A little crunchy. It's gonna look great posted to Instagram with 7 pixels. Getting a little hypnotized, which is always good. The hotspots are so hot, though. Wah! Pretty good. So what I was going to say might be interesting is since we have, looking at some of those other property binders, there are some audio-driven property binders. So you could drive some parameters of this from audio, I believe. Yeah, the Z is just too, oh my gosh. That's pretty nuts. I think either the refrigerator turned on or the fan is really working on the PC. Can't quite tell with headphones on. It's a lot of particles. Dracklin, how's it going? I'm just staring at this thing. I might just stare at this thing all day. What if I did that? Is that okay? Is that socially acceptable? Oh, if it's full screen, it's okay. I can't. That's one thing. I mean, okay, I was going to say that's one thing that bothers me about the Unity editor, but there are a lot of things that bother me about the Unity editor. But one of them is that you can't do true full screen in the editor. I think I like this. Whoa. Thanks. How's the encoding going? I mean, how does it look on stream? A little crunchy, a little chunky, struggling a little bit, seems like. This is really not what I intended to do today, just stare at this, but what if I did? We just stared at it. It's been a bumpy week. Woke up at 5:15 this morning to walk some miles to deliver a laboratory specimen. A weird way to start the day, but it was the first time to be actually be outside for an extended amount of time in 2 months. A little early, I know. Okay, so what do we actually want to do today? Because I can't just stare at this all day. Or can I? Can I? The thing I was actually thinking of was, before I got so sidetracked by this may just be the thing. multiply this thing and have it overlap with itself. Yeah. Because it's just particles. Like the only thing is the particles are all additive, and it's so dense that they will begin to like blow each other out. But if I just did like 256 and made a much less dense object, then I could duplicate the wrong thing. I could duplicate one of these and put it, you know. This is going to be insane. They're all getting different random parameters. It's pretty good though. Really, I shouldn't have offset them. Maybe I should have. Just very different than if I had scaled them. The parameters are randomized, so they are... weirdly, the hue is synchronized. I guess because they started at the same time. Maybe I need some kind of random offset, but they should be... The shape, super shape parameters should be randomized. But I have a relatively constrained set of randomness, I guess. Now I'm justified in staring? Okay, as long as I've justified the staring, then I guess we're okay. Let me move the camera through this. Like, whoa. Maybe inside one. Oh, maybe that's just the thing to do. What if we just get inside one of these? Well, that's weird. Oh, maybe that's near clipping. Maybe I'm getting too close. Okay, wait. Let's see what we can do here. Throw everything out. I'm inside of this thing. We want the near clip plane to be way closer. Like as small as Unity will let us make it, which is not that small, it turns out. Okay. And then we want to... Let's go back to like 512. Here's that song. Here's that song where they talk. What if one day we played different music on the stream? Draklin would revolt. Can you even hear the music? Did I remember to turn the desktop audio back up? A little too dense when we're inside this, I think. Giving myself some 90s screensaver vibes. We need to, in fact... Are you trying to listen to the shapes? I'm sorry. There is a screensaver collect. Okay, there's a potential for breaking my heart here. Because if this thing still doesn't exist, I will be... it will make me sad. But I'm going to risk it, and we're going to see if X Screensaver is still under active development. From JWZ. I just think JWZ was so cool in the late 90s. X Screensaver is a free and open source collection of 229 screensavers for Unix like Mac OS, iOS, and Android operating systems created by Jamie Zawinski in 1992 and still maintained by him. Okay, I was worried that something had happened to JWZ. Remember, okay, this site still looks like it was, yep. You've dosed your monkey. This is a very 90s thing to do. If I refresh this, does it change? So I want somebody to like recreate. So what I love about these and why I'm reminded of it is there's this, there's this realm of kind of algorithmic artwork that I think in general is kind of not really celebrated, by the public. There's things people know about, but like certain kinds of algorithmic artwork it's just not the kind of things you normally hear about. Although some of them, there's some of those things that become like you see in a Windows screensaver, a Mac screensaver that has maybe roots in some of those things. Oh, is it a CGI script? Oh, awesome. Of course not PHP. JWZ would never, right? So anyway, a lot of these things are implementations. I'll say a lot. I don't know if that's actually true. Some of these things are implementations of certain kind of algorithmic systems. Oh, that's cool. Why does it make a sound? Okay. So I used to be super into these. I had some favorites. I can't really remember what they are. I love that there's videos of all of them. I was kind of expecting there to be... Wait, is that true? PC speaker for the sounds? I don't remember that. I don't remember that at all. I don't remember these making sounds. Oh, well, what if it did? Kind of sounds like it. I definitely had some favorites. So I was about to say, I kind of was hoping I would click on these and someone would have re-implemented them. It's just the sound. I think it's just like generic computer sounds playing. So with ants, we had like these, little autonomous creatures. Here they got a flashlight to walk around on an image. A nice Apple II simulation. Fractal packing of circles with smaller circles. Demonstrating Descartes' theorem. I don't even know that. I don't even know that theorem. Hard drive sound music is definitely in that realm. Circle packing as a whole, that's a thing. Except I don't like non-animated circle packing. I like it when you watch the circle packing algorithm do its work. I was just watching some stuff on circle packing yesterday and reminded of Marius Watts. Like the only... Oh, this probably isn't true anymore. I won't even say it. He does lots of... just do circle packing? Oh yeah. Lots of fancy circle packing-y works. That's pretty. Look at that thing. All tape. Okay. Wait, no, come back. I want to see the rest of the screensavers. We're gonna watch them all. That's what we're gonna do on the stream today. This is important research. My shirt is it's from an Oculus Game Jam in 2015. I think that the DK1 wasn't even out. Yeah. Oh man, Dracula, did you see? Okay, let's do these things in order. So yes, I did not win that Game Jam, but I won this shirt. And actually, I think I'm more pleased having won the shirt than if I had won the contest, because I've worn this shirt at least once a week since 2015, I would probably say. Yeah, the artists who obsess over arbitrary... So did you see me get into this Victorian diatom art that is now my guiding star? These like Victorian artists that would take these microscopic organisms and on a microscope place them with needles, and now there's one person on Earth basically. I'm sure after this got popular, more people started it, but like one person that still practices this art, and he's just this like weird older gentleman. Yeah, so these are diatoms. These are all like little microorganism or little glass structures created by microorganisms, I guess. But there's the Smithsonian video about the guy. It's really interesting. I shouldn't just call him the guy, about the artist. It is very interesting. Because I think he said he saw his first diatom when he was 16 and has been obsessed with it since. And there's like footage of him, just walking around like in gutters and puddles, pulling up handfuls of slime so he can find Yeah, like this, like just looking in gross water to try to find, and then he will find the things. So he finds one he likes, and then he sticks the head of a pin in there so he can pick it up. And then he's gonna like carefully place it in line with another one. It's crazy. And he's like working on perfectly spacing them. It's good. Yeah, it's amazing. I strongly envy people that have this kind of focus, like that are just like, no, this is my thing and I'm going to do it. I actually really envy those people in all like art forms. Really, I have never been able to do that, and I doubt I will ever be able to do that. Maybe when I'm an old man, I'll just have some weird thing I'm into. Maybe I'll become an ex-screensaver artist. Really don't need the sound on these. Oh yeah, little like simple attraction things. So funny things that are like you would take, just take for granted, like simple physics, simple simulations. Like physics is just so easy and fast now. Blaster. I just want to. Well, one, I actually did want to just look in here and see if there was anything that I thought was cool, just to see if there was anything inspiring. I've been definitely thinking, Draclin, you asked about this, I think, a few weeks ago about generating kaleidoscopes. And I've been thinking of ways to do that in like, definitely know how I would do it in terms of like symmetrical drawing kinds of things. Like, oh, you draw a thing here and then you also rotate it around 6, 8, 10, 12 times, whatever. But I was thinking of ways to do it all in a shader with like some kind of polar coordinate system. What is this Wolfram thing? Get over here. Oh yeah. Show me the visuals. A lot of words, Jacqueline. It's really boring me. Oh yeah, look at that. Wait, what is this? How does this work? Wow. Wait, I want to do this. How do we do this? Can we make this? I call it the principle of computational equivalence. Okay, keep going, it gets better. So I'm scrolling through this too much to really have any idea what's going on. So these are like little simple rule systems where you have the relationship between points have a little... Cool. Well, that seems good for... Wow, that's really interesting that you can make such structured things. I want more pictures. Repeated transformation roles. You know, that reminds me of, it's a little bit different, but there is a realm of computational art that is about, you just set up a, oh, wow, a rule set to define the universe. I could kind of see that. Where you basically set up a set of rules where you say this happens, and this actually seems maybe in that realm without, I'll read more about this later. I want to know more about it. But Casey Reese does these. He's one of the creators of processing, and he does a lot of things that are, I think a lot of these process compendium. So these are process. So I think the way all of these work is he just comes up with a set of rules, and they're very short lists. They're like 6 rules or something like that. And then the rules just play out and create the image. I think that's what this work is. The process compendium. Yeah, so you'd have these like behaviors, forms, behaviors, and elements define a process. And so he can say, like, just write sort of a little sentence of like, this is what happens, this is the way these forms, behaviors, and elements play together. Yeah, kind of like Game of Life, but with more, you know, a little more leeway. I mean, you know, like artistic interpretation, artistic intent, I think. Whereas I don't think Life had the visual, even though it's visually beautiful, I don't know that it had exactly that, the intent. I thought he had some, I might be mistaken, but I thought on some of these he just had a list of like how they worked, like what the rules are. Anyway, that realm of art is very interesting to me, even though I haven't done very much of it. Here's cloud-like formations based on the Game of Life. Yeah, Casey Reese is pretty awesome. Dracklin, I feel like you would maybe, I feel like you should maybe get into some of this stuff. Maybe you should get into, I feel like you would like it. Like some of the computational art, generative art kinds of things seem kind of up your alley. These are cool. Mm-hmm. Crystal. I mean, I don't know that I've looked at this list in like 15 years or something. Tinker in Unity, you certainly could. You could use this VFX graph that I'm doing to simulate a ton of particles all over the place, or draw, I mean, any number of ways, of course. The cubic grid. Pretty. So simple, so pretty. Well, it's simple now. Complicated to make these things actually run. Maxwell's Daemon. Cellular automation that starts with randomized fields and organized into stripes and spirals. Interesting. Some cool fractals, little fractal-y systems. We've gotten like hopelessly distracted today. But I think these are important because I think these kinds of generative systems, I think there's something to this, right? Like that these, I could approach this fully just like a visual art problem where I just want to say like, oh, I'll just make things that I think are pretty, but how many variations could I make? Like how many variations could I make of, if I want every single person who comes to the museum to create a new thing, I'm not going to create all of the variations of that. So I need some kind of generative systems, and I don't even know that it's worthwhile. How many generative systems can I create when there's like decades of interesting algorithms that exist that I could maybe leverage and incorporate? Maybe? It is pretty kaleidoscope. How's it work? How does it work? I love them. But I don't want that. I don't want a survey. I don't want you to go up and take a survey because there's no magic in taking a survey. I want you to like use your hands and I want it to be body gestures and movements. Like filling out a form I don't think is very magical. I want it to be more like you're creating life with your hands. And I think it's okay if it's parametric under the hood. Know anything about what? Kaleidoscopes? Or like this sort of software kaleidoscope? Oh, about the people? No, I don't, and I don't want to. I don't want to know anything about them. They're a person that's going to just walk up and they're going to create something. But I don't want. I think this may change, but I think right now it's really about the movements, what they do with their body or do with their hands, and that's what creates the forms. I think. Because I think that's most fun. I think that's most magical. I think you go up to one of these looking glass displays. And you've got these little holographic, not really holographic, but let's just call them holographic creatures. Where's the frog one? I like the frog. Where's my friend the frog? I just want to see the frog friend. Is that too much to ask? Still, I thought this one out of style. Like trying to load a video when you go to a web page and then just having your video play poorly. Still doing that? Yes, perspective changes based on the viewing angle, but with 45 degrees of view, not just, 12 people can view it. Yeah. I think they say as long as you can get 12 people close enough to it works for 12 people. I assume that's just based on like shoulder to shoulder standing. I don't actually know. I just want to see the little frog friend. We're never going to see the frog, are we? Well, 12 people, I mean, that's amazing when in most, any other no glasses holographic systems, you can have one viewer. Only one person can look at it. Like, if you remember that Amazon phone, when Amazon did their Fire phone that had the cameras all the way around and it would track your face and it would do like interesting dimensional motion-based things, but it was based on you. Or any of the tracking things like Johnny Lee, is that his name? Used to do with like strapping a Wiimote to his head. No, I think it's just that 12. Somehow they've decided that that's the number. There's 45 outputs essentially, 45 angles, but that's probably split in half, so it's really probably 22.5, I guess. But maybe you have to be in a position where you're between those, so then it's actually one half of that, so it's 11.25, and they call it 12. That's a guess. Show someone a solid red screen and someone else a solid blue. You could show 12 different people 12 different colors. Which we've had that technology to some degree forever with lenticular, with it's I don't know that this is exactly lenticular. Maybe it is. I don't know if it's exactly the same technology, but like with lenticular images, you've had the ability to have like little animations of multiple frames as you move your head and view them at different angles. Like this kind of thing. So this is one person tilting it, right? But you could have 12 people side by side, or whatever the number is. 12 is what Looking Glass says. I assume it's because there's 45 total. So there's 22 and a half on one side. And then for some reason you have to be between the two. So you're not viewing the edge. I don't know. I don't understand it. I will admit it. But even like a long time ago, Johnny Lee, I messed with some of this stuff. Johnny would like strap a Wiimote to his head and then use that. Yeah, these are like, this is 2007. This was really early, like, those are videos. So I will say, I have almost no experience with these. David worked with them, and I don't think they actually look as nice as they look here. The problem is, I think there's some distortion, yes, from the lens technology, but also just the number of pixels in the screen is divided by 45 images. So you just end up with like, actually I don't think Adam Savage actually looked at it, but I think they looked at it on Tested. And I think this actually shows the fidelity a little better than their marketing materials. So you can see. Well, that's a weird one because that's like depth footage or something. This one's maybe a little better. But you can see like they end up being almost like a little bit low res images. I feel like there was one in particular that, you know, it's kind of pixelated-ish. But the yeah, I don't know if this video is good, but I think it actually it shows the hardware in maybe a slightly less flattering light, like this. This I think is the 8.9 one, the really small one that's $600, and it's pretty pixely. Like it ends up being like a small screen with the pixels magnified, which is not too different than what you'd see in VR. I guess you get like some screen doriness, but like even in this video, there's also Linus Tech Tips where they look at them too. But I think in this video, it does a pretty good job of like, they're moving the camera around and the camera is able to take in the 3D-ness of. You can see some of the vertical lines as it goes across, like the divisions, I think. So I'm definitely not saying it's like crystal clear, especially on these cheap ones. Now they have some enormously expensive 8K one that is supposed to just be mind-blowing, but I have not seen that. I mean, I've seen videos of it. It's video, but it's video, you know, just like if you had a, like, you know, this is a 2D image, right? This, well, I want to look at the image. Can I not just look at the image? Good grief. Let me see the image about. Okay, whatever. You've seen a stereo rectangular image before. So this is, it's a square image. It's an image. It's a two-dimensional image, but it can be taken and split into two for left and right for each of the eyes, and then projected differently in 360, and suddenly you go from what is represented as a 2D stereo image to a stereo 3D environment. And so what my understanding is what goes to the looking glass is not totally dissimilar. It's not equirectangular like this. It's an image divided up 45 ways, I believe. And then the optics of that screen split it up to show your eyeballs. That's my understanding. I hope to have my hands on one of these in a few weeks so I can actually try it out. And I would like to try it with Leap Motion also, so that you can just stick your hands and mess with the creature that you're trying to make. It seems like maybe they're being courteous to the company, because it seems, oh, this one's not bad. Like to do a slow sort of orbit. The person with the camera, you know, because what I want to kind of see is like just a sweep, a sweep all the way around. Which what this one kind of is. It's just very slow. Yeah, just a still. Yeah, this was like their first prototype, kind of, which was interesting, which was like a fiber optic kind of thing, I think. So you project on the bottom and it would get split up into different planes or panes. I don't exactly know how they did it. Anyway, they seem cool and magical and weird. And so they seem like a fun thing to play with at Museum Lab. Well, yeah, and I think actually, I mean, that seems to be, from talking to David and reading a bit more about it, a lot of how you really get mileage out of these is the authoring of your content. Like, you want to author content that works well on the screen. And that's why I don't want to go too deep into what exactly all this stuff looks like until I can try it on one of the screens. I did want to show this thing. So this is 2007, and this was Johnny Chung Lee doing one-person 3D head tracking. Because if you know where the head is, you can just alter a 3D scene, but only one person can use it. And I think maybe that's why their marketing talks about 12 people. So he's pretty funny. I can't remember if he puts the VR sensor. Yeah, but he uses a Wiimote, and a Wiimote hooked to a laptop and so this is no head tracking. So this is just like looking at a flat image. But now if you have the head tracking, if the computer knows where your head is, it can render a 3D image relative to where your head is. So this is awesome. but it only works with one person. And that's the major downfall of it. Like, we could do this now. We could do this right now with face tracking. So we could track a face and do this with a face. And it works exceptionally well for one human. And even those Amazon Fire phones that had the 4 cameras in the corner could do it well. But like, it doesn't, if you got more than one person in the room, it suddenly breaks down because anybody else looking at this is looking at something that's just broken. Or just something that's not 3D, you know, something that's really not. Okay, so, oh wait, look, more. There's more. I still want to know more about, like, if there's traditional computational approaches to kaleidoscopes. I'd be very interested to know that. This is like some kind of orbital system drawing little polka dots. It's cool. The hypno wheel. Okay, just try to make this a little bit on topic. One thing that I think is important, so like the creative process in general. Can I show the interference? Oh, wait, the screensaver called interference? Is that what you're asking? One of the things that I think is really true for me, and I think broadly about creative process, is that creative process is input and output. And like, there's this notion that artists or creative people in general just pull their ideas out of nowhere. They just pull them from the heavens. But that's just not, I don't think that's true. You're a person and you take in things that you see and then you synthesize those things and you put them back out. I believe that's how creativity works. And I'm certainly not the person, I didn't come up with that idea. Many people believe that. So two things that means is, one, you are what you eat in terms of your content that you take in. Like, you're going to think about the things that go into your brain. And I 100% believe that's true, having worked in the advertising field. And it's used in a very insidious way very often. But so I think an important thing to do while you're working on a project is to take in the right input, but also moderate your input diet, you know, to like, and look to like weird, interesting places. So like maybe screensavers from the 90s isn't too far-fetched from what I'm doing, but it's a little better than me just looking at, you know, I could right now go to creative applications and see what contemporary, you know, creative technologists, whatever word you want to do, digital artists are using right this minute or doing right this minute. And I could get really obsessed about that and get like envy and you know, fixated like, oh, I need to use that technology or that thing or do things in this way. And I don't really want to do that. I kind of don't want to look at the contemporary landscape of things too much. I think it's, you know, it's probably better to just go back and like look at weird algorithms from the 70s, or don't even look at algorithms, look at like weird mathematical drawings from the 19th century or whatever. But just to be aware of those things as what you take in as you're trying to create something. I mean, you'd almost think of it as like a person, you know, like a pregnant person being careful about what they're eating because it's going to affect the thing they produce. Those are pretty. Oh yeah, that's true. We could definitely re-implement some of these for heat, for sure. How does this one work? Decaying sinusoidal waves. I don't know if a guy in a little island. What screen was that? An X screensaver, or was that After Dark screensaver? What was that? I don't know if I remember that one. Kaleidoscope. So this one is just little spinnies. I don't like this one as much. Like YouTube compression did not treat this one well. Also, a ring of tetrahedra. Wait, no, play. Ooh, I like that. Wait, is it always only this many? Oh, I thought it was gonna like break out into a million more things. Johnny Castaway? I don't remember that. There were some cool screensavers and actually wallpapers in like the Microsoft Plus collection. One of my favorite wallpapers of all time. Wasn't that Microsoft? I think it was Wait, what was it called? It was like almost like DLC for Windows 95. No, is that true? No, plus Super Pack. So you could get it with Windows, but I thought it was a standalone thing. Plus 98. Yeah, like Windows wallpaper DLC. I would really want that one though. The one that was really there's some good ones. But my favorite all time was the one that looked like the inside of your monitor. I mean, it wasn't really the inside of your monitor, but it was. Oh, that was a good one. Like 3D haunted housey one. I don't. Was it in '95 though? Or was it '98? Oh, it's incredible wallpaper. Incredible. It was too slow. I want the there's that one that I love. I just want to see it. I just want to look at it. The one that's like inside the inside of your computer. I thought it was in Plus, but maybe it was like in 98. This one. Okay, it was 98. Oh my gosh, I love it. Look at it, it's beautiful. I want an HD remake. I mean, of course everybody, that's the classic, but that's the XP wallpaper though, right? I don't remember the 98 default wallpaper. Okay, that's this. I just want this one. Look at that. It's so beautiful. Look at that glow. Who made this? Who made this weird thing? How did they make it? Is it just like some random boards with some vacuum tubes crammed in there? And like a bright yellow light? I don't know why. This wallpaper image is forever burned into my mind. What are you sending me? Is this Johnny Castaway? Why can't I drag links over? Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. Wait, oh, this is an ad. I thought these were people telling me about Johnny Castaway. Screen Antics. A Beautiful Mermaid. Is the screensaver with sound good? Wow.
Hmm?
This seems like a bad screensaver though. Look at all this static stuff. Whoa, what just happened there? Oh, he's changing clothes. You remember After Dark wall? No, screensavers. That's the thing that still like, of all of my pet peeves, of which I have many, and of which all are useless, it really bothers me when people call their wallpaper a screensaver. Because wallpaper is like the opposite of a screensaver. Screensavers exist to protect you from wallpaper. But we don't need screensavers now because monitors just go to sleep. Yeah, in '89 was the first. That's where like the flying toasters came from. There's some like museum to old screensavers. Okay, we're just gonna make it through this list. I'm looking for Menger Gasset. I was just watching something on this yesterday. Sierpinski carpet. Old web pages. Something special. Metaballs. I think I liked Morph. I think this is actually one that I was into. Oh. Yeah, I think this was on my... Because I think you could define a list of the screensavers to rotate through. I think that was on my list. Yeah, I know. Just one step away from the N64 logo. That is its nerve rot. I still haven't found like some that were. I think this was maybe among my favorites. But none of these are jumping out as like, you know, bangers. Are my favorite, all-time favorite bangers. The even odd rule. I don't know the even odd rule. Should I learn about the even odd rule? I think no, because I don't know that I like it. Penrose, yeah. Do you like Penrose tiling? Yeah. Yeah, where you just like draw lines and then paint fill in the middle. Yeah, classic MS Paint. This was supposed to be like a prototyping stream, but now it's a 90s screensaver preservation stream, and I feel okay about that. Do young people today even know what a screensaver is, or what it was for, or why it exists? Maybe not. Are we past even like plasma TVs being subject to burn-in? I think I liked phosphor. Phosphor rings a bell. Pinion, I think, was on the list. Polyhedra, I think, was on the list. I really like shapes. Pipes, which is very much like the Windows one. Oh yeah. You know I have a weakness for all forms of polyhedra. Not that, not teapots. All polyhedra except for teapots. Four-dimensional polytypes. Funny that some of these are written in the 2000s. This doesn't seem... Ooh. Is that a tesseract or some other... A regular polytype? Is there a difference between a hypercube and a tesseract? I can't remember. Four-dimensional... So this is rotating a four-dimensional object. Or like a three-dimensional visualization of rotating a four-dimensional object. We can make something like this pretty easily if we wanted to. Quasicrystal. Quix, I remember, is definitely kind of a classic one. Pyro. Raver Hoop. 2016, he was still writing. Oh man, that's amazing. I love that. He's as recently as 2016 has been writing these screensavers. Outstanding. Apparently, I feel like he owned a nightclub or something. Maybe in the JWZ household, they still all have like old CRT monitors that never turn off. Dazzle camouflage. Is this from like, 2018? That is awesome. Yeah, these were those weird ones that it was camouflage that was just supposed to be baffling. I don't know if I like it on the ships. Cool. I like that though. How do you write something like that? You generate some number of cells and just make stripes in the cells. Reaction division. Do I need to know what reaction division is? No, reaction diffusion. So these are just going to grow, and then when they touch each other, they're going to do something crazy? Oh. I don't know. I don't know if I'm into that one. Ripples, rocks, rot zoomer. The ones that use your desktop were cool. I think even actually early 2000s when I switched to Mac OS, I was still trying to run X screensaver on early Mac OS. 3D immersion of the real projective plane that smoothly deforms between the Roman surface and the boy surface. I don't know what that means, but sounds good. What is the boy surface and what is the Roman surface? Is there a Wikipedia article on this? Yes. Tell me about the boy's surface. An immersion of the I've never even heard of this. Oh. I've seen a Klein model before. This really boils it down. Obviously, in mathematics, an immersion is a differentiable function with differentiable manifolds whose derivative is elsewhere injective, obviously. I might have to look this up on the like simple English version of Wikipedia. Okay, well, I got the boy's surface. Great. I think Rubik was a popular one on my monitor. Sierpinski 3D. Sky tentacles, yeah, this is these latter day ones I just don't know about. Cool. Cool. Wow. Wait, who do we start with here? Some cool Rockstar. Love that. Kind of crazy that all these things, I mean, I guess all these things were GPU bound. So like, or sorry, CPU probably in this era, right? You're just like running intense CPU based. Maybe not. Maybe you're starting to have hardware accelerated graphics then, but I think it was in the spotlight. Springies. Definitely was a fan of the Springies, for sure. Man, it's crazy to see it run at such a high frame rate. I feel like my Springies on my PC in 1998 ran at 4 frames per second or something. Maybe not that bad, but. Starfish, okay. That's kind of cool. There's something kaleidoscopic about this. Kind of interesting because it's a shape that doesn't mask something out, but as it rotates, it leaves. How does that even work? You're laying down color, but you're not occluding the thing underneath it. It's like you're casting a weird shadow in some way. Stoner view. I don't know that I've ever seen stoner view. Just some cool shapes. I like it. I want to see it with like 12 million particles. Substrate, that's cool. I feel like I've seen this not in... Wow. Maybe saw that made in processing or something. Okay, we're learning so much here about computational art. Line and arc-based Truchet patterns that tile the screen. These are cool because they're just like a tile that has part of a shape on it, but when the shapes come together, they make a, like, you know, a larger image as you've tiled them together. That's kind of cool, because that's actually an interesting way to, like, I don't really know how to use this to make creatures, unless I, like, made their arms or something out of this. Twine. We're running out, and I still feel like I haven't really seen. I can't. I still don't exactly remember what my favorites were. So amazing to me. I wonder what the most recent one of these is. Caution: the internet contains some pornography. Thank you for the warning. Warning. Okay. Definitely ran some X matrix, certainly. Okay. What did we learn? I don't know that I actually came away with that with anything that I want to try. Maybe it was a fool's errand. I want to, but maybe we can find. I just don't know. Like, one, I don't even know how to spell kaleidoscope. Kaleidoscope. Just make it up and then get corrected. Kaleidoscope. EI, kaleidoscope. Algorithm. Pretty. So, like, I'm just curious about what their general are they, because there's a couple ways I could see doing this. It's like, yeah, like, okay, I draw a thing, and then with some kind of radial symmetry, I draw that thing a bunch of times. And then maybe as I draw it, I evolve. You know, I change the rules for it, like it scales down or scales up or it rotates or something like that. But this isn't really what I want. Like, I don't want things stacked on top of each other. I want the, or maybe I do, where it's just slices of something. These are just getting crazy. I mean, that's what's so crazy about, like, a physical kaleidoscope is just a crazy thing, because it's mirrors reflecting mirrors, and it's kind of nuts to even think about. And so you could only go so deep with that kind of computationally. So, like, one of the ways that people do this kind of thing, I mean, I'm sure if we just looked up, like, kaleidoscope painter, this thing, there'll be like a web. Welcome to Kaleidoscope Painter. So the way this one works is I'm just drawing a dot, and it's just, there's just radial symmetry that is going to draw. When I put a dot here, it's going to symmetrically distribute them around the screen, which is very pretty. And I like the results of those kinds of things, certainly. Wait, can I not look at these? Yeah, just auto draw. Wait, what just happened over here? You wrote so much. Oh, that's cool. Like real-time LiDAR visualization. Yeah, that sounds cool. If I want to, I just want to see. What do you think Dynabrush means? I mean, I love stuff like this. There are various iPad apps that you do stuff like this, and it is very soothing and very meditative. But it's not really... not what I want to make kaleidoscopically. Because I feel like there's a way, and maybe I just haven't quite wrapped my mind around what it is that I want to I want the GPU to do it. I want it to like figure out how to draw the same things on different, like radially, if it was given an image. How would we do that? We'd want to say something like, it's gonna work. Also, why can't I see all these fun ones? I want to see these other ones. Why are you teasing me with these tiny kaleidoscopes? So, I'm trying to imagine this thing that's like, oh, it's just an image. Whatever that image is. But instead of that drawing that image like this, we're gonna kind of pinch the bottom, and then we're gonna wrap the whole thing around the edge. So we would come up with how we want to sample. We'd have to just come up with UV coordinates that would do that, and have to think about what that math is. Why can't I drag a link into you? Okay. Who made that? Where'd that come from? That's pretty. Did you make that? Who made this? No-brainer kaleidoscope effect. Okay, how'd they do it? Okay, a kaleidoscope equation. Smarter Everyday's oscilloscope music. Okay. Too difficult, too difficult. Intel, inspiration came, realized that the images of the kaleidoscope are super symmetric. What if I used a few render textures to reflect images passing in front of the camera multiple times? Move them in front of the camera. Use render texture on a few triangular planes to create a projector screen for the camera. The lines moving in front of it. You're done. Made a kaleidoscope 20. Yeah, that is one way you could certainly do this. Is if you... Oh, there's a Kijiro. In fact, didn't we do this once? So one way to do this is just, you could make geometry with the UVs. I can't really tell how this person laid out their planes though. These are what? So you make some sprites, move them in front of a camera, different speeds. On a few triangular planes. Okay, yeah, these wedges. I see. So that's one way to do it for sure, is to just have geometry. You'd make 3D geometry that was the slices, and then you would... That's not bad. That's actually a pretty good way to do it, for sure. And maybe better than the thing I'm thinking of, because the thing I'm thinking of, it won't have the, you know, like real kaleidoscopes would have the mirrors coming into each other, so they have kind of these hard edges, and this gives you those hard edges. Yeah, this is not what I want. Whoa. These people look familiar. Who are these people? Yeah, the broken up, didn't we do that for something? I use that for a visual effect for something. The idea of like, gosh, what was that for? Ooh, this is a really good one though. Look at that one. Cool. This one maybe this one works the way I'm thinking of making it work. But everything Kijiro makes is amazing, so not surprising. I just made something. Oh, it was for this museum project where I wanted to. So I just did this, but to make it, I was making conveyor belts, and I wanted the conveyor belt to go like this, and then like this, and I wanted it to wrap around the corner. And I did it by writing a shader that you would put a straight image in, and then it would like do a polar sampling of it. Yeah, do it. Make it. There's. I was just looking at the Coding Train archive, and Schiffman has a lot of. There's some coding challenges about FFT stuff. Fourier drawing with Fourier transforms. What other? We've definitely seen people do oscilloscope art. Greg Witt from the Children's Museum is making a kite flying game on an oscilloscope. What is there more? What else do I need to know? What else do I need to know about? Or like Doom on an oscilloscope. Okay, I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna do it the way that's in my mind to do it, and it might be bad. It might be not a good way to do it. And if that's true, it's okay. So we're gonna try. We're just gonna let's just do a new thing. We've been streaming an hour and a half, I haven't done anything. Just talking. Just chatting with Jacqueline. Okay. Here's what I think I want to do. Do we want to save anything? Let's do it. 5 more hours? Okay, I'm gonna go for maybe another half an hour. We'll see. Is today not a busy day? What's going on Thursday? What's going on with Valorant? Valorant? Okay, so say I did this. Let's just say in theory that I did this. And I made, in fact, the thing I want to do might be so easy, but it also might look terrible. So we'll just take this and take it one step at a time. So I kind of just want to make a shader. Let's use the shader graph. This thing I'm going to try is maybe just going to be too radial, like too rounded. I think you want some fragmenting in your kaleidoscope, I think. It may be time to make something. Okay, I'm going to try something that might just be bad, but let's just try a thing. So let's just take a texture. Oh, let's call you something like text, because that's what Unity wants to call textures. And let's sample it. And let's draw it first and foremost. And let's just have like a sample. Ugh, interface is kind of broken. I thought there was like a UV checkerboard pattern, because that's what I want. I'll just send these checkerboards. This may not be good enough. Okay, and then this quad, let's make a material. Let's call every single thing scope to make it really confusing. Put the shader on the material, put this over here. Now we have a quad that should be rendering this. But it kind of seems like it isn't. That is exposed. Oh, I didn't save this. And now I gotta do this. Yeah. U. And if I wanted to, we could like do UV offset stuff. So, let's get a real UV texture, because I think let's make it. a little easier to see what's going on. Where's a good one? Give me a good one. I like this one. Desktop, mobile dancer, Unity, mobile dancer, assets, scope. I don't know. It's one of those things that I can like halfway imagine in my head, but what I'm imagining might just be wrong. Okay, so now we've drawn this thing. It's got regular old UVs. No big deal. So what I just want to try is to say, like, as you go in a ring, like polar coordinate. In fact, is that all this is? Is this really just polar coordinates and I'm acting like it's more complicated? Because maybe it's not. But instead of drawing it like this, I want to draw it like this around the center. So let's just plug some polar coordinates in here. That doesn't look right. No, it did. It's right. I already did it. Okay, we did it. We're already finished. So, good job. Welcome to the kaleidoscope. Thanks for hanging out. So let's animate one of these. But I don't know which one. And let's set this to be our UV texture. Yeah, we did it. Okay, let's call it a day. Good job. Draclin, great work. Woo! Draclin, yeah. We really did it this time. Okay, that was definitely super wrong. Because I need to not do this. I need to add. This is not how to do this. You do it like this. Maybe this. Whoa. It's already cool. It's already cool-ish. Wait, why aren't you cool out there? Oh, because you only... Okay. And then, is it really as simple as just doing this to rotate the other axis? This was too easy. Oh, we got a seam. Why did we get a terrible seam? Why would I have a seam? Reverse it. I don't understand why we got a seam. Did this reverse it or not? Which way were we going before? Is this way better? Wait, do we want to go in or come out? Game Boy Color palette? No, this is just like a standard UV texture, but I like it. I don't think you can use... What would be awesome... Here's the thing that I think would be awesome, is if I could just use this shader as a post-processing effect, but I don't think you can. Like, I want to just run a whole scene through this. Image effect graph. How do we do it? Image effect master. I want this. I want to be able to just run this on an image. So this person has I haven't touched it in a year. Does that mean that you can just do it now, or? Cool. Custom master nodes not possible. Lame. But is there some other way to do this? I just want to do this thing. I don't know how you would do this. I mean, like, I don't even know what the mechanism would be. Like, as part of... Well, because they did this whole new thing, right? Like, where in a universal render pipeline... Let's see. So universal render pipeline now has the new... whatever they call it, a volume. But I would like to just run an arbitrary... I want to run the whole screen through an arbitrary shader. And that's not a crime. I'm not a criminal for wanting that, am I? So now whatever we stick in here should become, but this isn't, I don't think it's going to really look kaleidoscopic, is the thing. I think it's just going to look like a weird warpy tunnel. So let's just find like some... Let's search for geometric art. Well, that already looks kaleidoscopic. Like, this is pretty. Let's just borrow this. We're just gonna borrow this. I just stole it from the internet. I have no claim to this image. Okay, so if we did something like this, yeah, I mean, it's really just like sampling an image. Not really kaleidoscopy, right? What if I just put a person? So, okay, let's just go to Unsplash and find a beautiful image to put in. Because we would want, at a minimum, some kind of segmentation. Okay, here's a couple things. There's no repeating right now. It's just an image. So like the whole image will get wrapped around. So at a minimum, we'd want a tile. We'd want to have some number of tiles. So save this image. JFIF? JFIF? I've never heard of that in my life. What do we got? This image? But that's already so kaleidoscopic. I feel like we have to start with something that's boring so we can actually see if it's becoming kaleidoscopic. What is a JFIF? Like wallpaper landscape or something. We just need like something. Not a JFIF. Good old-fashioned JPEG. So here's the thing. This is just going to be an image just wrapped around. And that's not going to be very interesting. Right? It's just a weird distorted image that's just wrapped around. I mean, it's actually slightly cool. Okay, it's a little cool, but it's not what we want. So we do want to tile it to some extent, right? So where would we choose to do that? We would have to do like tiling an offset first before going in here, and then we could tile it. That was wrong. That was definitely wrong. Also wrong. Why is that true? Why is the tiling offsetting it? Kind of funny how that works. It just squishes in the corner. That's not what I would have expected, personally. What if that tiling would, you know, tile it? Four by four is probably going to squish it way down in the corner. Which is weird, because it's like, I'm tiling. We're tiling. But then it's just gonna like clamp, repeat into infinity, I think. Well, okay, but then the sampling does repeat, so that kind of works. But I want tiling around the A. The R. So what if I just divide it? Or modulo, right? That's what we want. We want to mod it. We want to modulo. Is that true? This only doesn't look very true. Why would this even change anything? What if I said 2, 4? No, 4. I mean, this almost looks like what I want, right? Like my. So you want to be 1 and you want to be like 0.25. Should divide it into quarters. It doesn't really seem to. Oh, you're right, Draclin. It's not. I didn't plug it in. Draclin. Okay. That looks really wrong. So I would have thought 0.25, but maybe that's not what it is. Maybe I really want to like multiply. I want to divide it. Because I basically want it to go like 1 to 2 and then like, that wouldn't be mod? That feels like a mod thing, right? I mean, even looking here at the Y, it looks like I've got little slices. But what's going on in those slices does not really look like what I expect. Like somehow these are continuous. I mean, we think we're onto something, right? We're getting a little closer. Well, I would have thought that all of these. Why is it any different? Because we don't even want anything to happen on this axis right now, right? Like we don't care. Why is this just continuous? So what I would have thought would have happened from left to right, the image would just get like... No, we want to multiply. Why did that feel... Oops. I mean, so here's the main problem. Are you feeling productive? Good. You're real help. And I mean it. Here's the main problem with this approach, which I think it's still kind of a cool approach. Like, I'm pretty into it. But the main problem with this approach is a kaleidoscope kind of wants to go jaggy, like jaggy, as it goes from segment to segment, because those are like hard angles reflecting each other. And this is going to be smooth radial all the way around. So we could try to come up with that math, but I don't want to. I don't really want to. Because it's weird, because like the radial thing, that what makes it kind of easy is this polar coordinates, like, oh, it's a consistent radius all the way around. And what we're saying is we wouldn't want a consistent radius. The radius at the joints would be greater than the radius in the middle, and it would, like, I don't even know exactly. Guess what curve in to make a straight line? But this is pretty good. I mean, this is just as like a thing. Look at this one. Whoa, spirally one. Where was that other? Just cram some stuff in here. Just whatever images happen to be in inside Unity. What images do we have? We've got a candle, smoke, some cellular noise. That did nothing. We got a nice normal map. Whoa. I don't exactly understand how we're getting a spiral. I didn't mean to make a spiral. Is it actually a spiral, or is this just an illusion? Like, that starts to get into something. Here's that one image. It's not really kaleidoscopic. It's something. Well, whatever the thing it is, not actually, like, there's something very linear about kaleidoscopes, I think. And these are not, they're so curvy. I mean, I am kind of into it. Especially this one. I might just stare at this for the rest of the day. So the thing I want to do, and it just may not be possible, but it's what I want to do, even if it isn't possible. I'm getting very sleepy. I know that is the thing that happens to me a lot. Kind of hypnotize myself a little bit. So the thing I want, let's just talk about what I want, even though I don't think I can have it. So we have all these post-processing effects that we can do now, and they've changed the way it works, and it's confusing because it's Unity and there's like 5 ways to do things, but we can make just make a new one of these, a new post-processing profile, and we can add all these post-processing volume overrides. But how do I make my own? Like, I want to say, when the camera's done rendering, put it through what I tell you to. Like, whatever the camera's looking at, run that rendered image through whatever I say. Through the panini projection. Or the whatever. All the stuff we like. Bloom. Wah! How do I make my own of these? And can I make my own of these using shader graph shaders? Or do I have to write them? I mean, it wouldn't be super hard to write this. but I don't want to. I don't just use the shader graph shaders. Whoa. Great. That just looks silly. Well, our background is blooming all over the place. Blooming us. Probably I do. In fact, we could probably look in here and see what those are, and that's all fine. Like, that process is probably pretty straightforward. I would imagine. I would imagine there is some, over whatever they call these things now, volume overrides in this package. And then I would be able to make my own volume override. The question is if I can use a shader graph shader in a volume override, I guess. There's a weird name. I don't know why they call it. Volume overrides. Where am I? Wait, what? Okay, I can never get to the documentation when I search for it for the packages. So I think we need to do... Oh, mouse needs a bath, first of all. We want to look at universal render pipeline, universal RP, view documentation. Because this is relatively new. Like this approach of... like the integrated post-processing. A volume profile. So if I make a volume profile as a scriptable object which contains No, the volume profile is this thing. Right? Is that this? Is this a volume profile, or is like Panini projection a volume profile? How do I make my own? Or is it an effect? Is that what we need? Also supports post-processing version 2, but even... Well, yeah, that's this, right? Is that what I've created here? This is my volume profile. This is the scriptable object. But I want to make one of these, which is an override. A post-process data. Custom post-process data. It's going to be hard to like search for these things because they've changed the... But this is for post-processing stack, and that's different than the volume post-processing, right? This is the thing I was just looking at. So this no longer works in 2019. So what I'm trying. So this approach doesn't work, and it's for the post-processing stack, not this new thing, the volume thing. Because this has an integrated post-processing solution, same volume. You can add post-processing effects to your camera, same way you. Yep. So great, I create a volume, cool. I don't care about the volume so much as I want to make an effect. So these are the effects that are available. Can I not make my own? Like they're probably just in here somewhere, right? Where do we think they are? We'll never find them. Am I in the right place? No, I should be in Universal Render Pipeline. Universal RP. Runtime. Passes? No, but that's cool to know that that's where that is. Overrides. These are overrides. So this is how these work. It is a I post-process component. That's all? How is this actually bound to like a shader? Or are there like scriptable objects that exist for those? Get added to the profile? It gets added to the volume thing, this thing. I guess this is a volume profile. And they are overrides. That's what these are. And that's what these appear to be. I post-process components. But how is this related to whatever shader they use? Because presumably if I look in here, there's going to be some shaders. But maybe not. Shaders? Post-processing? Bloom. Okay, so these are all... This is not what I wanted to see, though. These are custom-written shaders, not shader graph shaders. That's what I want. I want to use a shader graph shader for this. But also, how is this... what's the relationship between the I post-processing whatever, I post-process component? Is that a thing I'm going to be able to find? I feel like it is impossible to search for documentation on Unity packages. It's like, get out of here. A fool's errand. Okay, I found an Unreal Engine. Yeah, DuckDuckGo. You're just not going to work this time. That's funny. So this is in render pipelines. Universal rendering, universal. Okay. No, that's good. This is where we want to be, right? Bloom is an I post-processing component. So how do I make one of these? Okay, Draclin, thank you. Have a great day. Talk to you soon. How do I make an effect? Will I? I feel like this is not very helpful. Most questions. How do I do a thing? How do I? How do I? I'm just running a pipeline. Those effects. Okay, that's fine, but can you just teach me? You're bumming me out. So we know that. Okay, can we go to like GitHub? Where is there? Including the scriptable render pipeline. So somewhere in this repository is one of these. If I just search for Bloom, quit it. I just want to know, like, what's the relationship between is all of that stuff built into this Uber post shader? That'd be kind of lame. I mean, that's probably how it's so performant. Does that mean I can't add my own? Oh yeah, there's just like a list of, if there's Bloom, you do this, and if you do, oh. Well, I hope that's not post-processing components. Well, this seems lame. Maybe you can't do custom post-processing? How is this not like a thing people want to know? If the reason that you want custom post in the new stack, you can do it now by injecting a custom render pass. It means we make it easier for giving you a custom post-processing template. Wait, you do? Where is that? Where? I want that. Custom post-processing, you can even do it in custom render feature pass. How to create a volume override from a volume-based post-processing effect. All right, so is this a Is this the way to do this? I'm getting the feeling that this is not trivial, and maybe we don't want to dive into this today. Render feature implementation, post-processing like effect for the scriptable render feature. Well, multiclass is using command buffers. I mean, I don't feel like this is interesting to me, but I don't know that this is actually getting me further ahead in the project. And I think, you know, sort of say anything I've done today or looked at today is, like totally pertinent to the project. But I think we're still in this phase that we're like spreading out and we're looking for ways to do things. And like, I like the radial symmetry of those diatom artworks, but in reality, shader's probably not the way I would do it. I would probably do it with just like manually positioning a bunch of things, I guess. Yeah, I was just imagining this thing as like a nested set of properties of like, I can make a chain of things, but then I can make a radial chain of things, and every other radius or every other entry in that could be something a little different. Like, I think there's ways we could make interesting versions of these diatoms. Like instinctively, there's a kaleidoscopic quality to this that you're just like, oh yeah, kaleidoscopes. But there's also ways to do this where you just like you have a set of rules of go in a circle and draw a thing and then step out, and then go in a circle and draw a thing and then step out, or alternate. Like there's two ways to think about it, almost like it's rows and columns. It would be like angles and radiuses. So you'd step through, go to a radius, step through all the angles, go to a radius, step through all the angles, go to a radius, step through all the angles. Maybe that's the thing to try next, is to think about how we could recreate something like this in that way. You could almost imagine it as just like a list of instructions where it's just like, do this instruction, do it this many times, do this instruction, do this many times. You know, like even like, yeah, is that what we want to do? Should we try that today? And just do it with some shapes? I mean, the thing that gets hard is like designing the interplay of these things where like, oh, this fits in this little nook and this wears this as a hat. Actually, wearing as a hat would be relatively easy. But the fitting in the nook gets a little challenging. Not like so much of a challenge that it's a total deterrent, but okay, I'm going to take a short break, and I'm going to think about whether I actually want to tackle this right now. Because maybe I just want to start fresh tomorrow and think about how to do this. Because even if it was just the simple shapes, I mean, it wouldn't have our beautiful qualities we had here. I think we do it. Let's do it. We'll do it. I'm going to take a short break, and we'll come back and we'll just make like a little radial cloner where you give it something and it will clone clone them. Maybe you just give them a list of things. I don't know how much control over it I want. Maybe I don't want any control. Or I just say, here's a list to do some stuff. And each of those things could know how to, like, yeah. Oh, yeah, if we want to animate them in that way where they move in and out, they want to know about the origin. They probably want to be placed in something and then rotated rather than... That's fine. We can do that. Okay, let's... I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back in a moment, and we will continue. I'll be right back. Hi, it's me again. It's me, Scott. So we're just gonna do like, okay, well we made, I don't know what to do with this. We made something vaguely kaleidoscopic. We'll just leave it in here. I don't really know what to do with it at this moment. Let's go feed video to it or something. Is this number too big? Is that what was messing us up? Why is this so big? Wait, what do I want? Oh, because I'm not saving. I mean, or we could just do something with this where our render camera is just dumping stuff here. That wouldn't be the worst. I did that the wrong way. No, we want a one-to-one, right? Like if, okay, here's an example. I have an idea. Let's just do this, and then maybe we'll do our radio thing tomorrow. Let's just like carry this through a little further. So let's do a, let's create a render texture. Let's call it something original, like, I don't know, scope. And we're gonna draw that render texture, and then we're gonna have another camera. Is that what we're gonna have? I think we might have another camera. We're gonna have another camera. And, oops. No, don't go in there. My gizmos are all hidden. I don't know where anything is. Okay, so we want a camera that's job is just to draw this quad. And that's our main camera. This camera is like our render camera. If we can't do this post-processing, that's fine. We don't need to. And then we're going to stick that in, we're going to render to this scope render texture. And then that means that this fellow is going to render whatever that camera sees. So just to start really easily, if we did a, no, not a visual effect. If we did a, where's the particle system? It's an effect. Excuse me. How foolish of me. It's an effect, not a visual effect. You fool. The fool's me. I'm the fool. Okay, so, and then our original camera, everything is just a mess, right? We really messed up. So main camera. Okay, we really did this all wrong. We want this. Main camera is going to look at that. Render camera is going to be like -10x. That's going to be over somewhere else. And so is our... Do I actually want that to be true? I think I don't. I think I do want this one like off somewhere goofy. You go over there. Okay. And then render camera and our particle system are going to be zeroed. Okay. So render camera is looking at the particle system when we're seeing particles. So that's great. Main camera should be drawing a quad that is looking at the render texture that render camera is drawing to. So why does that suddenly not seem to be true? Oh yeah, I switched to Android. Oh. Trying to run that, the work we did yesterday, trying to run that on a Oculus Quest, and it wasn't too bad. It wasn't too terrible. Do we have lens distortion on or something goofy? Is post-processing messing us up? Oh, we had the Panini projection on. Of course we do. Okay, so why? Seems like not what we should be getting. This like radar sweep seems very wrong. Is my multiply actually incorrect? Because it's not. Oh, because this probably needs to be set to, the render texture probably needs to repeat and not clamp. That's a problem. That's one problem. We may have many other problems. Okay, I told you to repeat. You don't look like you're repeating though. I want to just, on the quad, try this again. The repeating seems like it's working. And in fact, we should expose some things from this shader. Like a lot of our made up numbers. A vector to multipler, and this can be, I can start at 1, 1. Okay. So that's just one loopy around there. That's great. But if I wanted to, I could do 2. So that all seems fine. But why? And I definitely, this render texture, for sure, no kidding, says we don't care about depth. We just want to repeat. Like That's big. Don't do that. 512, 512 should be adequate. Right? So how come now when I put my render, this is what you're seeing. Get back over here. That's what you're seeing. So when I drop this on that quad, it is. Okay, we're tiling now. Great. We're tiling. So if we wanted to do more, that's repeating kind of like radiuses. That's more radiuses. And this would be more angles. So if we just play this now, we'll see our particles animate, and whatever goes on with those particles will just be kind of you repeat it in this radial, in our radial quasi kaleidoscopic way. So what we, instead of these little fuzzy particles, just as a simple way to do this, we'll make a material. And we just want to draw, I mean, really we want to just like draw made up polygonal shapes, which I think we can do, right? Can't we make a polygon sprite? Two D sprite package from package. Okay. What if I don't want to? But I will. The 2D sprite. Is this a sprite editor? What is this? Sprite shape. Sprite shape contains the tooling at runtime component of this very organic looking spline based 2D worlds. What? What does that mean? Oh, that kind of thing. I see. It is pretty organic looking. I mean, I don't actually like the way it looks, but it's organic looking. That seems true. Who's clicking my face? Who's heating it up over there? Jacqueline, are you just clicking me while lurking? So let's just do this. We just want to make a little polygon friend. No, don't do that. How do we do the thing? Yeah, get out of here. Where we want to, we want a sprite, we want a polygon sprite. How do you do the thing where you say like number of sides and all that stuff? Okay, well that's already good enough. So let's make our, this project a disaster. This is not my, I would never do this. It's not my normal. Okay, so we want particle, some kind of, non-lit particle. And this is what our particle system is going to emit. And you need to be transparent. Whoa. That doesn't actually seem like... Can we not use a sprite for this? Probably not. We probably actually can't use a sprite for this. Well, that sort of makes sense. So what do we have that we can use? I mean, we can obviously just make a thing. But in the meantime... Blah. Okay, let's just do this, and let's make a particle system. And we don't really need these to have any speed. They can just appear. We really want to look not through this camera, probably, though. Okay, so we're just making a big old cloud of goofy particles. In fact, can I just turn this off for a minute? I just want to see particles. This is where it'd be handy to have the post-processing. So we want a particle system that's just going to be, I mean, kind of doing this. Just, we probably want a box emission shape. Sprite editor open on the other monitor. That's why I couldn't find it. Okay, that's a very fancy box. And then we just got to start doing stuff like, I'm just trying to make a thing. So a random color. And we just, I guess it randomly picks from a gradient. So will this really work if I have HSV and just go 0 to 360? Nailed it. I nailed it. No, it doesn't work. If at location 50%, I have 180, will that work? $59. Unfortunately, it's like fades back the way it came, you know? Like it doesn't, I'd have to, I guess I just have to actually do what is this, 270? And this will be like 135. All right. Okay, we'll start with this. These colors are a nightmare, but let's just start with these nightmare colors, and then we probably want them to not just explode like this. So either they should fade with a color over lifetime that fades them to nothingness. In fact, I would want it to probably fade them in and then fade them out. And that'll make it kind of swimmy. Are these? I want these additive. It's gonna be insane. It's gonna be insane. Okay, so then their alpha should be way lower. And this camera, by the way, should not be rendering. I think we just want these against black. Okay. So now we have this. We got like a nice swimmy thing going. And it needs to be bigger. So that is our box volume. And no yellows in this. They're also like a little slow. And we could have way more. So like some super shimmy or shimmery squares. And then we're going to render this to the render texture, maybe? And then go over here. Almost. That's like almost a thing. It's funny because we get the really hard lines that you would think of course, with a kaleidoscope, but they don't look good with the curvy lines on the other axis. They really look pretty weird. But I feel like we got like a start here, right? We can do something with this. Wah! Okay, making it real glowy helps. Certainly add chromatic aberration for no reason. Then we probably don't really want all of those. Oh shoot, that was all runtime. Okay, but that got saved, so that's good. So we probably or do we want a lot of these? I mean, I don't know the answer. Maybe more's better. I'll do this. That's too much. That was too many. I mean, yeah, maybe one is the way to go. That's kind of cool. Definitely getting into like rose window territory, which of course love rose windows. So one thing I definitely want to happen is I want the, that's good magic numbers. I want the whole thing to rotate. Not just, it's like we're rotating the image within our dudes. Oh, we are rotating this. It's just too slow. So we need to expose a rotation multiplier. So we have like an image multiplier and a time multiplier. And then if we can like come up with some camera position would be good. This way we don't see any borders. It doesn't have to be perfect, because we have like weird borders anyway from the chromatic aberration. I don't know. I'm undecided on which direction is better direction. Is it better to go the other way? Okay, let's expose our time multiplier, and then we can determine what's the direction that is the coolest direction. That's the wrong thing. I should just close this window, so I stop doing that. Yes. And then we want to go here. So we want to say, we already have this somewhere, right? This is our time multiplier. Like time scale. We really need to do this if we're going to access them programmatically, but so far we're not doing that. Time scale, we'd have like 1, 1. That's out of control. Okay, So 0, 0 is a, or whatever. That can be fine in here. 1, 1, out of control. Okay, so now we have a time scale. It's funny that it exposes this as a vec4, even though it's a vec2. But that's okay with me. So if we did this, yeah, this is our like inward scale speed. That's probably too much. That's definitely too much. It's too much yet. I'm gonna look at it. Okay, it should be more like 5 or something. No, it should be more like 2 or something. And then this is our rotation speed. You know what I'd kind of like to do? I would kind of like to have the rotation staggered. What's an easy way that I could do that? So in other words, to have like add the y, like add the UV y to it so that as it went across, it would be swirling instead of just rotating. But maybe the swirl would be too much. Man, staring at this and then looking at something else is blowing my mind. Kind of be cool. Get almost like a slit scanny thing with lower. I don't remember what numbers I liked now. That, I like that. Life is yours. How's it going? I just started to try to make a kaleidoscope shader, and now this is what we were doing. It's not really kaleidoscopic, is the thing about it, but it's not kaleidoscopic. Is the problem that this camera is a little too far away? That seems worse. Is the problem that the particle system doesn't have enough particles, or that the bounding box is too small? It's a combination of all these things. It got dark real fast? What, emotionally dark, or just the visuals got dark? Did I say something dark? I didn't mean to say something dark. Okay, we need to switch back to our render camera. I wish there was a way to just pause this, but whatever. Okay, so one of the things that's just not working very well. It's not terrible. It's just like the way our bounds are working, we do end up with a lot of dark on the sides. Is it better to glow first? Like we could do post-processing here, but I don't think so. So I think we really want Z to be 1, so they're a little more on top of each other. And I think we want X and Y to be 3. And then I think we want like way more particles. That's too many. Or maybe it's just the right number. You cut your finger. What were you doing? Cutting some nice breakfast cake? Somewhere is like a max number of particles, right? Where does that live? So 1,000 is the max. We'll just make that a very big number, because I don't really want to hit the max. So these are kind of pretty. I mean, I kind of just like this. But do they... maybe it's 2.5. Not 25. Watermelon. Is it watermelon season? Is it springtime in Norway? Okay, let's make our max, our start size a little girder. That was too big. I mean, now we're getting our shimmeries in here. Well, we wouldn't normally get that. Those would just be white hotspots. And what if we... I want some like rotational velocity. Maybe I want that. I don't know that I actually do, but maybe I want that. Is like rotation over lifetime. Yeah, this. Do I want this? With the render camera, Drew here. Ooh. Maybe went. Post-processing on the render camera? It's not. Well, I think our post-processing is a little bit much. So I guess the question is like, is it helpful to have motion there? We also still just have such dark edges, which maybe you kind of want. Maybe you want some bit of delineation here. I don't think I like the rotation because it starts to look so noisy. I keep having weird optical artifacts. Yeah, now these looked better when they were structured. I'm gonna say that is true. So that we don't want rotation over lifetime. The 45 degrees, I think feels good, but maybe it's not good. Maybe it should be 0 degrees. No, it should be 45. Okay, I feel like everything I've just worked on and like everything I've just done has made this worse. I feel like it was better before I messed with it. We could also decide that the additive is maybe working against us. I mean, yeah, we could just, you know, do something. This is a little bit much. I don't think I like this as much as what we had before. Sounds good, right? Is that what that looks like to you? Not a unicorn. Interesting. It ended up so pastel-y in a way I'm not crazy about. I feel like a little while ago we had it where it was looking okay, and now suddenly it looks like garbage, and I don't know how I messed that up. Can I undo enough to get it back to where I like it again? Before this, it was more like this. One. If you'd study the anatomy of one mythical street creature, you've studied them all. So I think this is kind of cool, but the palette is not cool. But I don't really know how much color. Oh wait, why can't I? Not overwriting. Well, override. Do it. I'm gonna like try to mess with. Maybe that's not what I want though. Maybe I want more like not just straight up curves, more like tone mapping. Only be used when working in HDR. Let's work in HDR. Where's our... HDR. Post-processing. Tone mapping. Oh wait, tone mapping is not what I was thinking. That's not what I want. Also, have I like broken my bloom now? My bloom doesn't feel very bloomy anymore. The chromatic aberration is not actually doing much for us. Nor is the Panini projection, because I don't even know what that is. We could have like some film grain or something though. Contrast might help a little. Color filter. Make it like a little warmer. Well, I just want to animate the hue shift. True kaleidoscope? No, super not. It is just a like polar coordinate. It's like rendering. It's a simple shader that just renders whatever texture that comes in as like polar slices and then slices them up. So definitely not a real kaleidoscope, but that's okay because this is. I wanted to just see if I could make it work like this. Wait, that was the wrong number. Don't change that number. That number's too big. Just too static. Like it's just boring what's going on inside the cells, I feel like. Yeah, I like this at 24. Yeah, I want this at 6. This could be -2. Boah. Well, I mean, I could try to do some sort of VR it. Unfortunately, bummer is admittedly, I don't have the $80 official Oculus Link cable, but I got an okay cable, I feel like, and I've only had bad luck with Oculus Link. This has not worked well for me with multiple different USB-C cables, just doesn't work very well. And then even though in the past I've had it working on a different PC to like preview in Unity, it just is not working for me well in this setup. It's like locking up and glitchy and bad. Like in general, I have not had a great experience with Oculus Link at all. Like, there's something about the overall impression of this that I am into. Like that I kind of like it. But when you look at what's going on in those individual cells, it's pretty lame. Because it's just a particle system, just doing particle system stuff. Was this better, bigger though? Why'd that make everything worse? I mean, one way to make this better would be to actually author some shapes. An AK headset for the Residency? I don't think, but I feel like VR is not the right thing for the Residency. I don't think it is. Maybe a little bit much there. Whoa. Nailed it. I mean, I'm kind of into it. What if I just blurred it a little bit? There's not a real blur, but there's depth of field that we could use. Oh, let's vignette it. That might help give it a little, just a little bit of something. Here's the order of these. I really want Bloom to be last. That's a little more than you need. I'll like add some film grain after the fact. So turn on all the post-processing. Film grain doesn't show up so much. Shows up over here quite a bit. I mean, I kind of like this little blobby thing too. It's not bad. Little blobby friend. Okay, what else do we add? I don't feel like the chromatic aberration was doing much for us, personally. Not at like this micro-y scale. Oh, that's interesting. We could make the blacks a different color if we liked that. Whoa. Holy acidic. Make it so that it was never like white. It was always a little oof. I don't know if I like that. I'm gonna say no. Does this motion blur actually work? Because if that actually worked, that'd be cool. Really hard to tell. It's doing anything. What is there's not just like a straight up blur? But I guess we can do it with depth of field just by not doing a good job. Whoa, blurry. Is it better or a little blurry? I don't know. I want to put the... Okay, we have a absurd number of effects here that we don't actually want. Funny, there's just depth of field and not just an overall blur. Oops. This is fun. Move it up one layer at a time. So, if we don't do this additive, they're just jaggy fronts. Which still looks insane because of our bloom, but... No, kind of like it. I would like more like actual sharp geometry though on the, like what if these just were opaque? It would look insane. Like blindingly so. So we could do this though if we didn't do color over life. If we did size over lifetime. And this went like this. And then we don't bloom so hard. It's funny because overall it has such a different effect when you just try versus when you try to just look at the little window. I mean, the little, you know, portal into our repeating pattern looks so boring in there. I'm trying to think there's just something we can do to that. We could kind of slit scan. Oh, we could kind of do. When we sample this, individual image. How would we do that? You'd almost want to divide one channel. I don't know if this might not make sense. This might make no sense at all. That was not what I meant to do. You don't want to just divide it. You want to like round it to I like kind of know in my head what I think I'm trying to do, but not fully. I mean, we too could do something really weird, right? Like, that's not the right axis. We want to be 512 there. Yeah, that's what we want. Well, that's not quite what we want. Wait, is it good? Is it good all of a sudden? I'm doing the thing where I just put numbers in the thing. This is doing a better job of hiding what's going on in the individual cells. Anti-alias the crap out of those. I just want to hide how bad what I'm doing is in the cells. So I'm trying to do that by like squishing. I've heard this is so easy to do. What am I paying you for? It's I've heard maybe some variations of that. I think we're on to. I think we're like on the home stretch as far as like what our study for the day is, though. I think we're pretty close to our. The key was lower fidelity, so I'm doing that whole particle system, but then I'm squishing it into like a few pixels, and it doesn't fully hold up, but I think it holds up enough. Whoa. Life is yours. Remember when you asked me if you showed me an image and asked me if it looked like a certain way of perceiving the world? This is also a little bit. This is reminding me of something as well. Okay, so it just gets muddy sometimes, which I'm not. I feel like we're really close to just signing off on this, but sometimes it gets really muddy. Is it just the black background? Okay, what are we actually doing here now? These are just solid. That doesn't. Don't do that. Oh, weird subtractive. Maybe the problem is just the background of the camera or the render. Maybe this guy shouldn't be black. Universal Runtime says MSAA is disabled. Well, not anymore. This render camera, like, wait, what have we done with our colors where this looks so insane? Yeah, I'm very interested in that equation. Have I ruined this? Have I made a critical error here? Maybe this camera should not be pink. Oh no, what did I do? Oh no. What have I done? What did I do? Shucks. Are we rendering the right thing to the render texture? No. What did I do? Okay, we just gotta hit undo until I... That was on multiply. What did I break? I was so ready to sign off on this. Okay, is this not actually a thing I should do? Review 512. But I liked it being squished in a weird way. Do I have to like... So I can't do that? Wow. Looks like 128 or something. I think I undid a lot of stuff. Oh, I know what's happening. Right. I can't do this. I can't do this. That's too bad because I liked that. I feel like that was looking better. So how can I accomplish that same thing? Like squishing. Before I even go in here. Because I want to deliberately... Yeah, that was the thing that sure didn't work. Kind of wanted to, I want it like a stair step pattern, kind of. Where along the green axis, I want to like. Is it the green? No, it's the red. Along red, I want to make like a stair step, which it's not just a divide. Not just like a divide and then a round. I mean, that's a mistake, but... No, okay, what do I want to... The thing I actually want to do... I want this to end up stair-steppy, basically. I want, like, as my... Which I don't really understand why that didn't work. Oh, maybe it's like this. So I've just got some good old UVs here. And then I need to, what's that rounding trick? Like you divide by a number and then round and then multiply by the same number? Wait, what? Oh, it's a vector one. So if I Can you round in here? Okay. So if I divided this trick, very silly. I only want to do this to one channel. So I'm going to split my channels. I want the R, I'm going to divide the R by whatever this guy is. I'm going to round it so it's a hard line. And then I'm going to multiply. This is not going to do what I want, is it? By this same number. Oh, okay. That gives me a steppy gradient. Is that what I want? That's almost what I want. Is it what I want? It's not quite what I want, but it may be adequate. No, maybe this is what I want. Okay, I think this is what I want. It's a weird thing to conceptualize, but I mean in shader land especially, in node land. Okay, so then we want to make a vector 4 and just put all this stuff back together, but with our new stair-steppy. I don't know if this is going to work though, because it's so weird when it goes into polar. Yeah, like it's stair-steppy the wrong way. So maybe I shouldn't do it like this. Maybe I need to do this as the output of this guy instead, actually. And the output of this should go to here. And that gives me stair-steppy red. Which is pretty weird looking. Is this what I expect to see? I'm not even exactly sure what I expect to see. This was 1 and 1. Yeah, I'm just doing like a weird stair-steppy guy. But I meant to only stair-step one axis. And then I put everything back. So green should still be normal. Red should be stair-steppy. Well, now it's like a weird glitchy. But I don't think I like it. This almost doesn't mean anything anymore because of my stair-steppy nonsense, seemingly. Remember when it looked pretty good a little while ago and I should have just left it? I remember. I remember too. I also remember. How could I recreate that? Well, one idea would be this, and this would be very silly, but one idea would be, if we don't do this, we just do this. But on the way out here, actually, what if I did this? How do I do it? This might be a really silly, weird thing, but okay, so this should be normal. Normal. That's a lot. But what if I just flattened this? Like, that was not. You're gonna do it? Oh, awesome, Draclin. Sounds great. This did not work. Didn't work. And I think the main problem is, like, I still am not mentally 100% sure of what I'm trying to do. I kind of know, but also kind of don't know. Okay. Like, I want to just stretch it. I want each of those little dudes to be a stretchy guy, but that's just a weird thing to do in this context. Could I cheat it with the output of this camera in some way? Oops. Wait, I thought I turned that on. It's kind of a separate thing. I just got sort of distracted. Oh, I have an idea. I have a very silly idea. What if we... This is one of those ideas that's so dumb that it might be a great idea. We'd want to do that on Y, actually. No, it should be on X. Wait, does this camera get rotated? Why do you act like you're rotated? Oh, it's just insane billboarding. I don't think this is good. Unless this was like crazy. scale on the camera doesn't do anything, does it? Why don't those get longer? I don't know what I'm doing. Keep having ideas and those ideas don't work. So I feel like for the last half hour we haven't actually made this any better. I mean, one idea would be to go the other direction with it and say that we want very few particles and that we just want those particles to be pretty big. And maybe 45 degrees. And not color over lifetime, but size over lifetime. We have to remember to copy these parameters. Up here, down here. It's not bad, it's just, I don't love the way they get cropped. Not ideal. I feel like overall, I mean, all through this, the macro has looked pretty cool. Like the gestalt, the overall view has looked pretty good. The individual view, maybe not so much. Do we just try to hide it all with blur? We could put some noise on some of these things. Perlin noise on the time scale X and the multiplier X. Let's try it. Okay, first we have to remember to copy our particle system. Particle system. Paste. Open editor. Oh, cool particle editor. Okay. Yeah, have both of them. In the middle? Maybe if I felt like the scene view was cooler. I don't know. We've been streaming for... I feel like we just got to make a thing, right? We just got to make a thing and put it on Instagram. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. That thing is going to work as follows. What did I say? We said we're going to hit play. And we said we're going to go into the shader. And we're going to put some noise on some of these parameters. I think. Wait, sorry, what? Shader unrolling? What do you mean? Do what now? So we made this multiplier. What if we didn't? What if this was... Wait. Okay, what if it was... What it was... simple noise... minus 0.5. So now this is a 0, but... Wait. That's not true. It needs to be times 2 minus 0.5. So we got some noise. We're gonna multiply it times 2. And then we're gonna subtract 1. So now we have a value between 1 and negative 1. And we are gonna feed tiling and offset to this. And we're gonna spit some time into here. Into here. Okay. So now I have like a noisy, yeah. And now we can multiply, well, multiply our multiplier. That seems like a bad idea, actually. What I'm about to do, in the way I'm about to do it, I think it's a bad idea. We should make a vector too. How bad did I break this? Okay, it's not too broken. So now we want to, our x value, do this. This seems really extra broken. I don't... Is shader unrolling a thing? Is that a term I just don't know? Shader unrolling? Is that a thing people do? Unroll fail. I don't know the term shader unrolling. Okay. The thing I just tried to do is definitely wrong. Which is weird, because I should have a value between 0 and 1. So I took my value that was between 0 and 1, multiplied it. Now I have a value between 0 and 2. Subtracted 1, so there should be a value between negative 1 and 1. It's just too fast. That's the problem? This looks insane. What did I do? How's this bad? What are you talking about? What does unroll mean? I don't know what you mean. Or for loop? There's no for loop in shaders. What do you mean by unroll? Is that a term I just don't remember? I don't know what you're asking me. Oh, on Discord. Oh. Oh, I see. You're asking that if I'm doing that here? Or am I missing some question? Everything I'm doing here is just distorting UVs. I'm not there's no looping of anything. I'm just like, oh, he wants to know, you want to know how to do it. How to do this or how to unroll? So you can't necessarily do a for loop in a shader, but there's lots of ways to kind of fake it. Like, you know, you're looping through you have two loops that you know about. Kind of, they're kind of loops where you're iterating through all of the vertices, and then you're going like in the vertex shader, and then the fragment shader, you're going through all the pixels. And like, knowing that there's ways to even kind of fake nested loops. That's something I did yesterday. The question of how to do a for loop in a shader is that you don't. You rethink what you're trying to accomplish, and you just rethink it. Like, to do all of these segments, it's not like I'm looping through the segments. It's like I'm sampling a texture, but going beyond the edge of a texture that repeats. And so it seems like I'm looping, but I'm not. It's done in the same. I feel like this is close to done. I just wanted to change a little bit over time. And is this just, okay, well, okay, a couple things. My noise scale is probably, doesn't need to be that, right? Like, the noise scale can be, like, we don't really slow moving noise. And in fact, if the noise scale is of the right size, the time doesn't matter. I'm just doing this over time. So this should be a value -1,1. Yeah, why is this seems so bad? Is it getting worse over time? Is it magnifying? Whoa. Oh! Wait, weird. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. That's not what I meant to do. Oh, yeah, for those kind of like blur effects, you see that stuff a lot where there's just like one line at a time. I mean, I guess you could, I don't even know if the syntax for is supported. I'm not actually sure. But if it was, it would compile down to something like that. But that's what blurs look like on a single axis. Usually, that's one of the things about blurs is you have to do them on two axes. But I don't think there's any concept of looping. I mean, maybe. Maybe there is. I never use it. Maybe some implementations do and some don't. Like, okay, here's why this is weird. Because this is like, yeah, this is funny. I really just want like I want some one-dimensional noise. Like a one-dimensional Perla noise, but I'm getting three-dimensional Perla noise, which is not what I want. I want just one pixel of this. So how am I going to do that? How am I going to get like one? I just fake it by sampling a tiny... It's perfect. Okay, first of all, that's the wrong axis. So that's great. So now, should we like be zooming in and out? Wait, no, that's the wrong axis. That was right. This is wrong. Right? Wrong? Oh, no. This goes here, right? This one. Let's just keep getting confused over and over again. Okay, that's what I want. I just want it like way slower. I kind of don't want that one to go negative. Now that I went through all that trouble to make this one go negative, maybe we want time to go negative. So we can copy this whole thing. Okay, maybe we want this for time, but for this, we actually just want to like go through a range. Oh, also, after I did all this nonsense, I don't have to do this. Yeah, turkey. I don't have to do that at all. I get my noise, and then I'm just gonna remap. I forgot that we could do. We had maps here. Time sign. Yeah, but I don't want sign's a little too uniform. But that's the idea. But I want 1 pixel of noise. Just so it's less uniform. So we want to take this and we want to go from 0 to 1 to, you know, whatever. So make it never, where it would never be 0. That's a big number. How did that get on the wrong axis again? Because I plugged it into the wrong place. Why do I keep doing that? More noise. This is just noise forever. We'll go everywhere between 25% and 0.2 of the... Oh, it seems a little slow now. Oh man, I'm getting dizzy. Okay, we were gonna... I don't know. I'm ready to be done with this. I'm ready to move on with my life. What? I don't know. Remember like an hour ago when it looked better than this? And I've just been making it look worse for an hour? The particles could be spheres. They could have instances, but I don't know if having dimensionality would make it much better. That would just be like more visual noise in those. Like, kind of my problem, one of the problems I'm feeling is too much detail in those, in the little repeated cells. I actually don't like it. I'm crazy about it. You know, I even wonder if I had like, I don't know if I like this thing that I've done. The jerkiness was maybe better before it. And just went like that. Although, that does make me think that maybe we want... If we wanted these to pass through the camera. But I don't think I like that. I'm pretty sure it was better an hour ago. Have more layers? Yeah. Probably. I mean, we could probably even do that in a really cheap way. Of like, if we made this shader... How do you do this? If this was transparent, additive, and then we just duplicated this, and like did a -1 scale, that doesn't look very additive to me. Yeah, there we go. Might be a little bit much. Just a little bit much. I think I like it though. Don't stare at it for too long. I can't stop staring at it. Life is yours. That was a good idea. I think it's more kaleidoscopic now. Okay, maybe we need to pull back on shoot. Oh, we did all this at runtime. Dang it. Okay, so if we just like pull back on our post-processing insanity. Because we don't need that much bloom now, because we're getting so much just from the additive particles. I do like the bloom though. Still want some bloom. Oh wait, sorry, that was Dracklin's idea. I'm sorry, that was Life is Yours' idea. The credit goes to Dracklin for making it even more seizure-inducing. How can we make this a little less intense? We just need to lower the alpha of this. I don't feel like that made it less intense. Transparent additive. Kind of feels like this is doing nothing. It's not because there's no alpha in that render texture. Tie-dye simulator. Kind of like it though. Is this it? Is this the one? Have we made it? Are we done? Can I stop now? That was too big of a number. Whoa. I can't stop staring at it, so is that good? Oh, the bit rate gone forever. That's okay. Look how it looks on this sphere. Look at this nice sphere. Would it be better if we put it on a sphere? I don't know. Let's just try it. Okay, do we actually, is this gonna work? It's just running. We're happy. We're relatively pleased with our current state of things. It's a lot. It's a lot to deal with. Maybe slower is a little better. Okay, so let's try. I'm curious about this. So what if we put it on a spur? Because it should work. Whoa, what? Hello, Jacqueline. Wait, now I'm so torn. I'm getting mixed messages. Put the sphere in the scene. Check this code in as it is. Wait, don't do it. I don't know. Save the code v1. And now I'm going to just turn those out. Oh, yeah, that's a great bit rate. Very good. Did the sphere not work at all? Oh, the sphere is just off in its own little land. Of course it is, because Unity chooses where to put things. You don't get a lot of say in it. What's going on with my sphere? Do I need to like UV tile it twice? Oh man. So I just rotated 90 degrees. We could get a similar effect with lens distortion if we really liked the effect. And then turn that sphere inside out and then rotate it negative 90 degrees. It was better before, right? It's angry. I know. Now it's angry. I can't like easily double the UVs because Once you get into this territory where you're just doing too many layers of insane things to the UVs, like there's a certain point where I just lose track of how to do anything. How do I make anything happen? We need to make it like a little more relaxed. Oh no. Oh no. Well, okay, speaking of trance music, we do need to pick out some music. Okay, are we still too bloomy? Like lower our bloom, raise our bloom threshold a little? It's not the bloom, it's the additiveness. We could change our particle system. That'd be annoying. How do we... I don't quite understand why changing the alpha here had seemingly no effect. Alpha doesn't care about additiveness. Not enough bloom? More bloom? Okay, the bloom is good. Then we want it a little less blown out. So let's do like, we'll just add a multiplier here. This is gonna make it too bright. Blah! Okay, 0.5. So like 50% contribution. That didn't work. Oh, we only did one channel. Okay, just make a vector 1 scalar. Put this here. %. Okay. That gets our colors a little more under control, but kind of too much under control. It's like 75%. Yeah. And then let's bloom. Let's go back to too much bloom. Whoa, what? Hello, excuse me. Aw, it is so lovely to have Drachlin around. It's true. It's true, it's true. It's weird that you called him what you just called him, but... Dracklin's been so busy lately with work and Valorant. No time for us jokers anymore. I don't know if I like the vignette at all. Do I like the vignette? Helps like focus the eye to the middle a little bit, I guess. Okay. I keep just staring at this and getting really distracted. I forgot we also messed with contrast and stuff post-processing. 4. Well, now we're back to too much again. Also, do we like this blurriness? Is it actually working anymore? Like, I kind of like the blurriness, sorta. Oh, that was an anonymous, wow, an anonymous donor. What, do we like this blur? Blur too much. Too many parameters here. I'm kind of into the blur. But I could be persuaded otherwise. Maybe just like a little bit of softness. I'm blurring this in a for loop. Yeah. Blur is a problem though. Blur is really hard. Blur's like a blur is a thing that GPUs don't want to do. Blur only wants to think about one pixel at a time. Like it's whoa, what? Whoa, you gifted Ben. Where's Ben? Is Ben around? He's lurking around. Ben likes to lurk. The lurker. I mean, I'm sorry, an anonymous donor. Because the way blur's like a minimum of 2 passes, right? Because you have to go first and you like smish around the horizontal pixels, and then you got to do it again and do the vertical pixels. Well, now Unity has like 11 ways to blur things, sort of. But because you got all your pixels, right? And then you're like, okay, it's really easy from this pixel to sample some pixels out here. So that's what that code you posted before was like, sample some pixels along this line. And then usually in another pass, you'll say, sample some pixels along this line. And then based on knowing about those 2 axes of pixels, you can kind of smush them together. Blur? There's blur in the post-processing V2 stack. Right? Or are you talking about a different kind of blur? A UI on top? Well, they've added this thing now, where you can do stacking, so you can stack cameras. So presumably you can render a camera and then do your post-processing on that camera and then have another camera with UI and then stack. Is that what you mean by having multiple cameras? Yeah. I don't know. I do that all the time anyway. I mean, I don't mind that necessarily. I kind of like that in some ways. Okay, is this done? The particles could be calmer. They could have a longer life. Wait, did that make everything less calm? I mean, I don't know. Is it that much? If you're like, if you have your transparent UI that you're rendering over something anyway, that's already done later. That's already done later in the pipeline. So compositing those. Draclin, I did try animating the particles up and down, and I didn't love it. But let's try it. We'll try it again. Let's add some. One, I think the axes are rotated in a weird way, but particle system. It's too much gravity. I need to live longer. It got more intense now. I think you're right though. I do actually kind of like this thing. You think? You think we just do this thing? Is it better? Is this better than the kaleidoscope I've worked on for 4 hours? Maybe we get 2 studies today. How about that? A 2 study day. You like them both together, Jacqueline? It's a diptych. Is that 2? Diptych. Oh, these still have a goofy texture on them. We don't need that. Get out of here. Kind of forgot that for a while we were considering, like, I don't like it though. Weird that it's illuminating the alpha. Oh, that didn't. Now we have nice little teardrops. Put one in front of the other. I could just put, well, okay, it'd be weird because then the camera would kind of be seeing both things. But like, how would I do that without the thing feeding back into, it could be one camera. Maybe, that'd be a little weird. I'm trying to think of exactly how you do that. You kind of have both cameras right in front of each other and then this thing in front of the other thing. I mean, now I kind of like this more too. So what do we do now? What do we do with ourselves after we spent all this time trying to make a kaleidoscope look nice, and it looked better probably an hour ago, and then now here we are. What are you showing me? Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't really want to do that. It'd be hard because this would be additive on top of this thing. We could do it. I mean, I guess we could do camera stacking maybe, but it's one render to a render texture. I guess I could send this same render texture to another shader that was just a shader. So we could do a we would just stick this here. But really this should be unlit. So now if we made a quad, like if we duplicated a quad and then we stuck this here. Why does the scale seem so wrong? Oh, because it's not seeing that whole thing. We need another camera. But I don't know. I don't know one in front of the other. I'm not feeling confident about one in front of the other. Where are these? Whoa. Got real vapor wavy. They almost get blurred together. They're like metaballs. Wait, what's going on? Okay. Yeah. I don't even know. I don't know what we're doing anymore. I don't understand anything. I mean, we got this. Whatever this is. What if this camera was looking up? That's down. Look up. And under. That's not very good. Goodbye. They run away from me in a weird way. Goodbye, sparkle bombs. Oh man, it was an anonymous donor. Ben, we'll never know who it was. Who could it have possibly been? Yeah, it is weird. I definitely am not very good about the time traveling. I'm a poor time traveler indeed. Okay, we've been going for more than 4 hours. Can we just capture something? Can we just capture anything? Something. Or can we just turn on more particles? That was too many. The dodging is weird. I don't actually know. I think that's like a weird billboarding side effect that they're going past you, but then they're trying to billboard, so it looks like they're dodging you. So you don't see the fact that they're not spheres. I think it is an illusion, but it's kind of cool. We're starting to get into like credit sequence of Punch Drunk Love territory. Maybe that was more swirly, I guess. What about the sparkle? What about the just sparkle stream? I still like the sparkle stream. I think I like the sparkle stream more. You're killing me. You're killing now. Okay, I'm stopping this. What do we... Is the kaleidoscope just all for naught? Was it a waste? Okay, change these back to squares. Now we've broken everything. I don't know. I don't know how anything works anymore. I've like gone through and broken every single step of this. So good job, us. Wait, is this it? This is it. I don't know what to do with you. I don't know what to do with you people. We need to just set up heat, and then I'll just give you control. Okay, we'll make 2 movies. We're gonna make 2 movies. I know you did try. I did this to myself. That's the version with no post-processing. Boring. The blur, however, is kind of a lot. Okay, this will be what? This is study number 4, right? Let's just capture 1 minute of this. Kaleidoscope heat scope. Okay, let's record. We're gonna capture. We're moving on with our lives. This is take 4, I think. 1 minute of it. Just the particles. That's that's a little creepy. Creep me out a little bit. Some little particles. I need to eat some food or something. I didn't mean to make a kaleidoscope for this long. In fact, the thing I meant to do, I took a break and I was going to come back from a break and actually make something that might be useful for the residency. But then I thought, oh, I'll just quickly make a kaleidoscope with what we've done so far. And then here we are, hours later. I don't even know who I am anymore, what I'm doing. I'm glad you love it. But this is just not where we're going. You know, we're not. Okay, there are some kaleidoscopic principles that are good. What we end up doing, we'll probably not do with the shader, but I think we'll use some of the principles of like some radial symmetry principles in the thing that we try to make. Maybe we'll try to do that tomorrow. Okay, I'm just going to capture this. I don't think I'm going to do the falling particles. Is this reminding you of Big Lebowski? I guess in the green screen this, yeah. Okay, now what do we do? Now we have to do the most important part of this whole process is find some YouTube free music. I want help. I want a replacement for Juke Deck. I can't believe that Juke Deck is gone. It's breaking my heart. Like, oh, TikTok owner may have bought Juke Deck. So somebody bought Juke Deck and shut it down? Is that what happened? Because I want Juke Deck. I want that same thing where I can just like use AI to generate some music. I know, your poor finger. Was it worth it? Was the watermelon good? I just want like... Problem is, this is just going to be like music libraries. I don't want music libraries. I want another insane... Yeah, this is just royalty-free libraries. That's not what I want. I want another AI crazy... I mean, I hope they got paid well. Congratulations to them. It just hurts my feelings. Maybe one day I'll be a big shot and have an audio network subscription. But for now, YouTube Audio Library it is. Some nice 11 p.m. watermelon. Wait, don't just take me to the site. Good grief, don't. Okay. Okay, let's do a couple things. We stop pretzel. We turn the desktop audio to like negative 13 decibels, and hopefully this is not so loud that Life Is Yours gets attacked by his neighbors. We want dance and electronica. We want our mood to be, we want to be really chill. I want to be really calm. Kamogawa dreaming. Is that too loud? That's not good. It's very loud in my Time Illusionist. We've used that one before. Pixelated autumn leaves. Okay, let's play this in the background. Okay, does music fit this? I do actually like the choral part, but I'm not quite feeling it. Through the crystal? No. Just need to be more... Man, I really want Juke deck. Oh, shoot. I forgot to turn off attribution. Look, I did, like... basically no real work today. This is the one. Indigo by Evening Land. Evening Land? You people are a bad influence. Okay, so we got Indigo. Downloads. Desktop. Studies. Oh boy. I have not, yeah. Texts, emails, not good. Supernatural annual membership. That's interesting. Interesting possibility. Oh, Temtem's on sale. Oh my gosh. Exclusive newsletter. This is too much. I just don't. Oh, a discount on return of Oberdem. Giving away a free game in the Humble Store. Getting started with high definition render pipeline for games. Actually, I should look into that. Abs activated. Okay. Okay, nothing. Wow, Grand Theft Auto 5 is free somewhere? Where'd that happen? I'm sorry. Trying to catch up with the world a little bit. So, wow, Epic has Grand Theft Auto 5 for free. Do we need to play Grand Theft Auto 5? Okay, we're caught up with the world. Now, what do we need to do? We want to... I know, Epic, yeah, Epic is like... I was thinking the same thing about Microsoft. Microsoft Game Pass. Microsoft is like Ori and the Will of the Wisp, Ori and the Blind Forest, Red Dead Redemption 2, I think, is in Game Pass now. Like, I might have to get Game Pass. Why did we just got a weird Norwegian seagull? Okay, I got lost. We want... What was that song called? Indigo. We want to we want to import take 4. Got a lot of dead pixels at the start. I mean, like dead frame at the start. That's okay because we've been fading in anyway. Okay. Shoot, that gives us one too many. Okay, wait. This is silly, but let's do this. Import. We just don't want you. I can't what? Files in use by whom? By you? Okay, so now we want this. We want to create a sequence. We want to just put this in the sequence. We don't care about this because when we put this in, we'll change the settings. And we want to change the sequence settings. And we want to just delete like one frame of view. This is a silly way to do this. But I don't remember any Premiere shortcuts, so this is how we're going to do it. And then we're going to do this. So this now should be, wait, now how to get longer? I just want it to be exactly a minute, but it keeps snapping. Okay, what is the stupid shortcut? Just let me cut off one frame from the start. Okay, please. I can't. Can I just nudge you over so that you're like one frame? I don't remember any shortcuts. I feel like I can just do it, like drag it over a frame though, right? Why does it go from, oh, I know why, because it is stupid. Because it just thinks that, yeah, this is dumb. It thinks that 2997, we don't care about you. We want 30 frames per second. Okay, now sequence. Whatever, when we drag this in, it'll fix it. This right one? Sure is. Okay, now you get in here, change the sequence settings, go over here, shrink way down, drag over, one frame, great. So we did that. We don't need to fade in, we just want to fade out. It feels so weird when I don't have music playing. Even if you can't hear it. And then indigo, did we drag in here? Yes, we did. Okay, so let's just assume we want to like pick towards the end of indigo. Towards the end of indigo. So if we do this and we fade out, and then we come over yonder, fade in. I don't know. I don't know. It's done. We're going to call it done. It's done, everybody. Welcome to being done. What's new? Nothing's new. It's done. We're finished. Everything's old. Wait, what did that just remind me of? That's like some movie that has like a weird flashbacky thing. Okay, so file, export this, media. Let's try, like bit rates have not been kind to us on Instagram, so let's like start up a little higher quality. And let's export you. I don't know where that actually went. We'll find out later. Indie music has to be royalty free. If I had Juke Deck, I could just go in and type, give me some indie music. But right now, I don't know about the song I picked. I've been picking weird songs, but I'm trying not to be precious about these. They're just studies. Just gotta get these studies out. Oh, some world music. Hindu music. There might be some world music on the YouTube royalty-free archive, but it's too late. We've done this. Okay. Where did this go? It went here. Well, I didn't want to, not full screen interface. View the video full screen. You got Turkey. Why would you, VLC, why would I ever want that? Video on full screen. Probably should have put like a little glow in the middle because it's like a little chunky on the inside in there, but. This is very similar to something we made last year or 2 years ago. That'll do. It'll do. That'll do. Well, you're welcome to play your own Bangladeshi drums. Bangladeshian drums. The soundtrack of your choice. I feel like that did not compress very well, even at that higher bit rate. I feel like this is going to look like not so great on Instagram, but who cares? I don't actually, it's not like I care about Instagram. It's just like, it's a place to put a thing to feel like you're moving forward in your life, you know? Okay, we're done. We're done. How did I do another 4.5 hour stream? I need to consume something. I also need some music. Can't properly. It's this jam. I don't know what jam this is. We've probably heard all these songs 7 trillion times. I don't even know. I like this still, actually. This one still. There's one still of this thing. Life is yours. I made this just for you. Second stream is tomorrow. Stream again tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll try to actually do like a radial positioning instancing thing to make weird radial whatevers. I still don't know. Are these creatures radial? Are they creatures? Are they living geometric life forms? Are they spherical, radial, both? Spherical and radial? That's an interesting idea. A vaguely interesting idea. Okay, my darlings, my dear friends, have a lovely evening, and we will talk very soon. Thanks for hanging out.